wisely. Bubbles. Pyromancer. Salomon. Choose wisely. War Beast. Meraxus. Forsaken Archer. Monkey King. Belfagor. Accursed. Andromeda. Let's get it on.
Give me something or someone to grind on. I'll make them relax.
I don't think I should Sui. I think Bubbles should Sui.
With my
Yeah,
trusty
but
axe,
I want to go mid, mate, because I called it.
Oh, okay.
I'll make them
I guess these two can go. They've both got hatchets though.
I'll axe my way.
That's alright. You're both going to need them if they for against two ranged heroes.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I've got an axe for every occasion. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them relax. I'll axe my way through. I'll make them relax. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. I'll make them relax. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. With my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. I am Iron Chef. Chop! I'll axe my way through. I'll make them relax. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll make them relax. I am Iron Chef with my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through. I'll make them relax. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them relax. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll axe my way through. I'll make them relax.
One of your structures is under attack.
With my trusty axe.
Enemy hero missing from middle.
Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. Chop! Shouldn't we axe for directions? Slice! I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we axe for directions? With my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I am Iron Chef. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we axe for directions? Dice! With my trusty axe. Everywhere an axe. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them relax.
Enemy hero missing from middle.
Directions. I'll make them relax. With my trusty axe. I'll make them relax. I've got an axe for every occasion. Here an axe, there an axe. With my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? With my trusty axe. I'll make them relax. With my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through with my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? With my trusty axe. I'll make them bleed blacks. Slice! It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Mince! Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll make them bleed blacks. With my trusty axe. Slice! I'll make them bleed blacks. I'll axe my way through with my trusty
Enemy
axe.
hero missing from middle.
I'll make them bleed blacks with my trusty axe. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them bleed blacks. I am Ironset. With my trusty axe. I'll make them bleed blacks. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Slice! I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg.
Serial killer. Double tap.
I'll make them bleed blacks. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through with my trusty axe. Dice! Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll make them bleed blacks. I'll
Ultimate
axe
warrior.
my way through. I'll make them bleed blacks. It'll cost them an arm and a leg.
Legendary. Double tap.
I'll make them bleed blacks. Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll axe my way through.
One of your structures is under attack.
It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we axe for directions? With my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. Give me something for someone to grind on. I'll make them bleed blacks. Slice! Shouldn't we axe for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them bleed blacks with my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm.
One of your structures is under attack.
With my trusty axe. I'll make them bleed blacks with my trusty axe. Dice! I'll make them bleed blacks. I'll axe my way through with my trusty axe. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through.
Enemy hero missing from middle.
We axe for directions. I'll axe my way through. Here an axe, there an axe. I'll make them bleed blacks.
One of your structures is under attack.
Axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for
Enemy hero
directions?
missing from bottom.
With my trusty axe. Shouldn't we ask for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll axe my way through. I'll make them breathe black. Slice. Dice. I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg.
Onslaught.
Shouldn't we ask for directions? I'll axe my way through. I'll make them breathe blacks. Shouldn't we ask for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Trust me, yes. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we ask for directions?
Invisibility.
I am
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
I'll make them breathe blacks. With my trusty axe. Chop. Shouldn't we ask for directions?
Enemy hero missing from middle.
I'll make them breathe blacks. Slice.
Savage sick.
Shouldn't we ask for directions? Out! I'll make them breathe blacks. I'll axe my way through. Dice. It'll cost them an arm and a leg.
Enemy hero missing from bottom.
Chop! I'll axe my way through with my trusty axe. I'll make them breathe blacks. Shouldn't we ask for directions? I'll make them breathe blacks. Me! It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we ask for directions? I am Iron Chef. I'll axe
Double damage.
through. Shouldn't we ask for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Dice. I'll axe my way through.
One of your structures is under attack.
It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Dice. I am Iron Chef. I'll axe my way through with my trusty axe.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower.
Axe
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
with my trusty axe. Shouldn't we ask for directions? I'll axe my way through. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. With my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. With my trusty axe. Shouldn't we ask for directions? It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Shouldn't we ask for directions? Mince! Who is my answer? With my trusty axe. I'll axe my way through. With my trusty axe.
Domination. Smackdown. Nemesis.
Regeneration.
axe for
The
direction?
Hellborn have destroyed a Legion
My
tower.
trusty axe. I am Iron Chef. Chop! It'll cost them an arm and a leg. Nice. I'll make them breed blacks. Shouldn't we axe for directions? Who hit my axes?
Champion of Newer Smackdown.
Axe.
Nemesis.
Massacre. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
I'll make them breed blacks. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for directions? I'll make them breed blacks. I'll axe my way through. Shouldn't we axe for directions? Chop! I'll make them breed blacks. It'll cost them an arm and a leg. I'll make them breed blacks. With my trusty axe. Who hit my axes? Mince.
Bloodbath.
Should we axe for directions? I'll axe my way through. Dice. Mince.
Blind ban. Ban a hero. Choose wisely. Electrician. Kinesis. Minus. Valkyrie. Malikan. Gunblade. Devourer. Hammerstorm. Witch Slayer. Let's get it on.
Shock and awe. It's electric! I have an electric personality. I bring with me an electric storm. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. I have an electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric. Lights, toaster. Seven. I'm gonna let I have an electric personality. Charge.
Toasty!
Nothing like a good burst of electricity. I have an electric
Kill-tacular!
I'm gonna let him up. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge. I have an electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge. It's electric. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric. I have an electric personality. It's electric. I have an electric personality. It's electric. I have an electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. I have an electric personality. It's electric. I'm gonna light him up. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric. I have an electric personality.
Now back to me.
Slap the troll.
Son!
Shut and burst of electricity. I have an electric personality. Seven. I'm gonna light him up. It's electric. Seven. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge. It's electric. I have an electric personality. Charge. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. I have an electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Lights. It's electric. I have an electric personality.
Haste.
Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge.
Serial kill. Double tap.
Like a good burst of electricity.
One of your structures is under attack.
Electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. I have an electric personality. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric. Nothing like a good burst of electricity.
cake is not a lie.
Ultimate Warrior.
War never changes. Killtacular!
It's electric! I have an electric personality! Charge! Electric personality! It's electric! Nothing like a
Now back to me.
Should have my own battle theme. Welcome to your doom. Killtacular!
shock and awe!
Rage quit. One of your structures is under attack.
Charge! I have an electric personality! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! Charge! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! It's electric! Charge! Does someone need a charge? Nothing like a good burst of electricity! It's electric! Charge! It's electric! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! Charge! It's electric! I have an electric personality!
One of your structures is under attack.
Burst of electricity! Shock! It's electric!
One of your structures is under attack.
Charge! I have an electric personality! Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge! It's electric! Charge! Nothing like a good burst of electricity. Charge! Let's toast it. Nothing like a good burst of electricity. It's electric.
One of your structures is under attack.
Bring with me an electric storm.
Is your controller even plugged in?
Beware.
One of your structures is under attack. Illusion.
Try blowing on the cartridge next time.
Massacre. One of your structures is under attack.
Up, left, X, down, clear! Spectacular!
Charge! I have an electric personality.
One of your structures is under attack. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower. One of your structures is under attack.
Nothing like a good
Serial killer. Ultimate Warrior Smackdown. Double tap. Invisibility. One of your structures is under attack.
personality. I'm gonna light him up. Charge! Nothing like a
Grant me your power, Zeus!
It's electric!
One of your structures is under attack.
It's electric! I have an electric personality! Charge! It's electric! Charge! It's electric!
One of your structures is under attack.
Nothing like a good burst of electricity! I have an electric personality! It's electric!
Legendary. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
Don't chase me! Nothing like a good burst of
Onslaught.
charge! It's electric! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! It's electric! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! It's electric! Charge! It's electric! I have an electric personality! Nothing like a good burst of electricity!
I'm just getting started. Sit down, son.
One of your structures is under attack.
I bring with me an electric storm! Nothing like a good burst of electricity! Let's toast them! It's electric!
One of your structures is under attack. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
Charge! I have an electric!
One of your structures is under attack.
Toast them! Nothing like a good burst of electricity!
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn. One of your structures is under attack. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
Does someone need a charge?
One of your structures is under attack. Have destroyed a Legion tower. Smackdown. One of your structures is under attack. One of your structures is under attack. The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion tower.
Hello and welcome to the Kill Stream. I'm your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of TheRalphRetort.com, broadcasting to you live from DLive.tv/TheRalphRetort. Shout out to DLive, by the way. I saw the actual boss in the chat here. Mr. Charles Wayne, he said, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, sir. I appreciate that. Let me go through here. Scratch Point with 3 viewers now hosting. Shout out to Scratch Point. Happy Thanksgiving to Scratch. Looks like were you streaming before? I didn't know you were streaming before this, or I would have hosted you. So send me a message next time. I'll throw you the host. Let's see. Drumboy02 says, happy Thanksgiving, y'all. Well, happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Drumboy. Appreciate that. Godzilla37 says, late, muted, and Ralph. Yeah, I was a little late, but I was getting all the guests in and getting all this stuff pulled up, so it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as late as I was the other day. So I did see that.
Wait a minute. I said, are you ready? All right, guys, we're going to introduce the biggest, the strongest, the most impressive men that have ever graced the stage. All of these giants that come out here today have proven themselves in the international series of the Arnold Classic. That's how they got here. It's a very difficult thing, and only these 10 men have made it.
And none of this would be possible without our main sponsor, Rogue Fitness. Made all these beautiful implements, made the bags, the implement they're going to throw over, the special barbells. Everything's made by Rogue. We really want to thank them from right here in Columbus, Ohio. And also, you can check out their website and look at live streaming, and also the special Road to the Arnold videos that they've placed up as well.
And just so y'all know, that this entire event is going to be live streaming. So you're going to see cameras here, you're going to see cameras there. There's cameras all around, and people are actually going to be coming out into the crowd and videoing all of the fans in the back of the stage and the ones in the front. We're also, this is for the Rogue Record Breakers on Sunday as well. So you'll be able to go on and see this on the Facebook page. Also, you can go on Rogue's page and see all of the clips and footage from today's event. We'd also like to thank Midway, Muscle Technology.
Also want to thank, special thanks to Rozo. Rozo made these special grip shirts that you'll see the strongmen, especially later today when they're competing in the stone to shoulder. And also to Magnum watches. Every athlete in the competition gets a special watch that's made just for them. And last but not least, we'd like to have a special thanks to Ty Knudsen and X-Pol. These are fantastic sponsors of the Strongman Series, and we want to give them a special shout out, especially here in Columbus.
Also, we want to thank our top sponsors. The number one guy will win $72,000. He also will take home the Louis Cyr bronze statue that, you know, a lot of everybody sees. This Louis Cyr statue is one of the most prestigious trophies that you can get as a strong man, and hopefully we'll be able to present one to show you today.
That's a lot of money, Mark.
Well, Doc, you ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
Are y'all ready? All right. I just got word that the strong men are ready, so let's start the introductions.
Okay, let's start with the first strong man that's going to come up. From Slovenia, age 25, 6 feet, 1 inch tall, 330 pounds, Mateusz Belchak, Slovenia's strongest man.
And from Iceland, 29 years old, 6 feet 9, 430 pounds, the mountain, Half-Thor Bjornsson. Who's up next, Doc?
I think you got this one.
J.F. Caron from Canada, 35 years old, 6'2", 335 pounds, a French Canadian. Ralanul Helena from Estonia, 26 years old, one of the youngest competitors, 6 feet 1, 300 pounds.
And next up from Poland, he's been here this is his 4th time. A lot of promise out of this young man. 6'5", 340 pounds, Mateusz Kilsakowski.
Back-to-back Polish strongmen at age 27, 6 feet, and 300 pounds, Mateusz Oshikeski.
And I'm very happy to bring up the next man who put on a great show last year with a world's record elephant bar deadlift for the United States of America. 6'4", 375 pounds. From the United States, Jerry Pritchett.
And next up, number 6 in the playbook, and number 1 in your heart, from Bulgaria, 36 years old. He's 5'10", 330 pounds. Dietmar Sabatinov.
And this man needs very, very little introduction. Our defending champion for the United States of America, 6'8", 440 pounds, Brian Shaw.
The champ is here.
This is getting serious now, Mark.
And last and certainly not least, from Russia, a soldier, 35 years old, 6'1", 320 pounds of twisted steel, Mikhail Shivnikov. The man is in shape, he's jogging, he's ready to roll. But are y'all ready to roll? I said, are y'all ready to roll? All right, let's get these men back here warmed up so we can get out here and throw these bags over this rail. Good job, gentlemen, let's go. Doc, I'm starting to get a little fired up. I might have to throw one of these bags
I think
myself.
you gotta do it, Mark. Show us how to do it. Just get us going.
I tell you what, it's easier said than done. You know, if I thought I wouldn't get in trouble, I'd bring in one of these kids up here, and I give them a little rub on them and see if it'll affect them later on. I got one in mind right here. Jerry Pritchett's son, stand up. This is Jerry Pritchett's son. You talk about, this guy right here already told me, he said, well, I'm gonna be a lot like my dad, but I'm gonna be like you too. Once I win the World's Strongest Man, then I'll wrestle for a little while. That's my man.
So, this first event, I guess we need to talk about it. What are we doing?
We better talk about it quick, because you see these giants starting to come out here and size it up.
Right. So they can use two hands and basically swing the bag between their legs and go above the bar with the bag. And they have 30 seconds and as many attempts as they need to clear the height. So all the athletes will go to the 50-pound bag, and then the 55-pound bag, and the 60-pound bag, and after that, I believe they can pass.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you get to a point to where you're physically unable to throw it up that high, then you really will better off to just save your energy and not overdo yourself. But also, these guys will have a lot of assistance. The bags will actually be shuttled to them so they don't have to run to the bag, get in position to throw. You don't see the X's up here, but there's an X right here. There's an X right here. This is the center X, and then we got two more. And the guys will find out where it's comfortable for them to be able to grab the bag. And you'll kind of see them look over their shoulder to make sure that they're throwing at the right angle. But they'll swing the ball bag between their legs and throw up overhead.
So they can use two hands, I believe.
I'm gonna move out of the way because he looked like he's ready.
Yeah, we should move.
I think the guys will get a couple of practice throws.
So Mark, if you do pass on a bag and you miss it,
I think 50 is gonna be a given.
okay, especially for some guys. So as you were talking, If you actually pass on a bag and you miss it, then what happens? You pass and you can actually kind of shoot yourself in the foot. So you better be sure that you can make that next height. Right?
See, I got too close to him. We better keep our eyes on these bags behind us.
That's true.
It'd be a shame to get hit in the head with the bag. But yeah, definitely, you do want to make sure that you don't pass on the bag and go up, and then you can't throw that bag. If you can't get it over, you can't go back down.
Right.
So once you get up to a bag, if I throw the first bag, and I say, nah, I'm gonna wait, and I get up here to 65, and I throw 65 and I can't get it over the bar, I can't go back down. I can only go up. So you put yourself in a bad spot. So the chess game will start to be played, and all of these guys play that game very well.
So this looks like it's kind of a big pillow, but it's really not. And I guess the other idea is, what are you really looking at? If you're throwing a 55-pound bag over a 15-foot bar, that's like throwing a 7-year-old over a double-decker bus. So it's a little harder than it looks. And then as the weight goes up, it gets a lot harder.
We're seeing Jerry Pritchard over here getting a warm-up throw. Okay, all right. I think Jerry's gonna be okay with the first bag. I wouldn't advise the guys. I've seen a couple of guys so far, they throw the bag, and if it don't go over, they try to put their hand out. That might not be a good idea. There's a lot of celebrities around here. I'm standing next to one of them, the lead judge for this event. This is Mr. Carl Gillingham. Let's hear it for him, Carl. Come on, let's hear it for him. Carl, very high-level lifter, comes from a family of great lifters.
What about right down here on the front row? We got Healthy Arneson from Iceland. Great strong man. Made a great movie about John Paul.
It's always good to see our strongman brethren come back and support the young guys.
I know these guys are working really hard, but this road crew works really hard all weekend.
Yes, they do. As you can see, some of the bags are really light for these guys. So far, the 50-pound bag has been fairly easy, but you don't want to use all your strength on the lightest bags. You want to do just enough so you can save it for when you really, really need it.
And there's a little bit of timing too, not just your strength, kind of lining it up right, getting it over the bar. Just the height doesn't count, it's got to get over.
So, I'm gonna hug you, Doc.
I like
Doc, it's okay?
Yeah, I like it.
All right. Doc, he won't talk about himself, so I'm gonna have to talk about it. Doc is a very high-level Highland Games lifter. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw the caper being tossed. See like a giant light pole, and they flip them and toss them over, and this was one of the best that ever did it.
Back in the day.
Hey, once a champ, always a champ.
You would know. So I think they're lining up, gonna come out soon, get started. So as you can see, the athletes are lined up in the order that they're gonna throw, it looks like. So what happens if they miss a height? Do they leave the stage?
No, they can try it again.
Okay.
They got 30 seconds.
Okay.
And then they can go to the next bag.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go in alphabetical order. Everybody's warm. And it is time to get the show on the road.
So the first man in alphabetical order would be Mateusz Belchuk.
So the first man up is Jerry Pritchard. Let's hear it for him. When the clock starts, it's gonna be nonstop action. Here we go.
Good attempt.
The next man up is Dietmar Sabatinov.
He's got to clear that. Let's get behind him. Come on. There we go. Next up is Brian Shaw.
All right.
I think that cleared by a few feet.
Next up, the Mountain Hafthor Bjornsson.
Hafthor's really great at height events like this. Let's get behind him. Let's go, Hafthor.
Being 6'9", he's already halfway up there.
Absolutely. Easily over. Next up is Rauno Heinle. I'm pretty sure some of these guys, the first time they've seen this event.
The next is Mateusz Kieliskowski.
Really explosive athlete. This is a good event for him.
And Mikhail Shivnikov. You notice the beret. This guy's a special forces guy.
Wow. Next up is Mateusz from Poland. There we go. Good attempt.
Very nice.
Mateusz, very good.
Coming up next, Mateusz Belchuk.
Everybody's been successful. JF Caron's the last man up. Everybody's been successful so far.
The only thing that these men are armed with are their wits and a little chalk.
There we go. Okay, we're going to the next bag.
And we're gonna move up.
55 pounds. Okay. Mitko Savatanov. There we go. We got it over.
All right.
A little bit heavier bag. Mateusz Ostasowski. Oh, we got it over. Good job. So you can see that a lot of the guys are passing, getting some strategy going.
And there's going to be a lot of changing. Guys are going to move back and forth. There will be ones that they'll take and ones that they won't.
So it appears we're going to the top of the order again. Jerry Pritchett's up the 60-pound bag.
So the guys skipped the 55.
A lot of them did. So I hope it pays off for them.
We had 2 guys make it at 55.
There we go.
Success. Let's hear it, guys.
Let's get behind them. Everybody's still in. Mitko Savatanov, here from Bulgaria. No?
Dr. Kim Beckwick is setting the order. It's changing as we go.
He has 30 seconds. Come on, let's get behind him. He's got to have this to stay in the competition. There it is.
All right.
Yes.
Thank y'all very much. That's what we need.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski. Come on, Mateusz.
I don't know what his girlfriend just said, but whatever she said.
Easily over. First attempt. Some more strategy playing out as well.
Very nice. We have a guy that's going out of order now.
That was
They're going to take
Mateusz.
ones. There are guys that are going to pass on this and wait for the next step up.
He starts moving really quickly.
Very easy.
Jeff Garon. We're back to Dimitar Savatanov with the 60
Mitko
pound.
Savatanov, the pride of Bulgaria.
Okay, he's got to get it over the bar.
Come on, let's hear it for him.
It's on the bar. Here he goes now. Come on. He really has to have it.
5 seconds.
Well, the first man out of the competition.
The loudest competitors. You see these guys are cheering for each other. This is a brotherhood. Let's get behind him.
Come on, Matios, you can get this.
That's about as close as it's been so far.
Oh.
2 seconds, 1.
Okay, second man out.
Very close. Dr. Beckwith is checking the list and checking it twice, making sure the right man goes up. It's Hafthor Beyonce's turn.
Looks like he passed on a couple of the bag sizes.
I think it's safe to say, Doc, that Hafthor is going to advance.
I think he's doing well. He's really good at the height events. Okay, Jerry Pritchett, he's going to have to get on this bag and keep it going.
Let's hear it for Jerry, guys.
A little bit of timing, he's going to set himself up.
13 seconds.
Come on, Jerry. He's going to have it. Oh, time. So you can see it's not just a strength matter, it's also getting it over the bar.
Most definitely. It's definitely a hard thing for it to be heavy, but you also got to use the right angle. So you don't want to throw it too far forward, but you don't want to throw it too far backwards either.
Right. Rauno hound the keeps jamming it into the bar. Come on, Rauno. He's got some time left.
He's throwing it high enough. Yeah! That's how you stay in the game.
Wow. And those are big points because some guys are dropping out.
Very big points. You got guys going down now.
Very good. Matios Kilsikowski. Made it look easy.
For such a young guy, the future is really, really bright.
A lot of potential. Tons of potential. That was apparent the first year he was here.
The lightest man in the field is up. Plenty of height.
Matias Belchuk.
Let's hear it for him.
There it is.
Yeah.
Good job.
Doc, it's so easy to become a cheerleader when you see
we want
people
these guys to do well, right?
You want to see everybody do well.
And I don't think it's just about back strength either. I mean, really great deadlifters. It's also about timing and how comfortable they are with the apparatus.
And a lot of flexibility as you see the guys go in a low position and they swing the bags far behind them. So they have to come up with the same kind of intensity as they do when they go down. All right, Brian Shaw, let's hear it for him.
Defending Arnold Strongman champion.
I feel like I need a hard hat up here.
He just has to get it over. Let's get behind him. There we go.
You see the guys, they try to use only enough energy to get the bag over the bar. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was that he was trying to make it precise.
Right. You gotta let it peek over the bar. And get your hips down and up. JF Caron from Canada. There we go.
All right.
Wow. Rauno Hainla. Come on, Rauno.
You see a lot of the guys wearing Olympic weightlifting shoes. You don't want to give when you put all the pressure on your feet.
I think he's bowing out after that. Big round of applause for Rauno Hainla. Easily done. Mateusz Kilsakowski.
All right, 70 over the bar. Let's see how many of these men can match it.
Mateusz Belchak. Yes.
Yes.
Right over it.
You see the reactions of the guys. This is down when it gets very important. So you see them emotionally get invested. I'd like to hear some of y'all get emotionally invested.
And we have the Commissioner of Power, Dr. Terry Todd himself, talking with Carl Gillingham, the head judge for the event.
We're up to a 75-pound bag. We're almost halfway up this rack.
Wow. I think last year there was a record set with a 100-pound bag.
You know what? I'd really love to see it.
Yeah. So they had to make even bigger bags. JF Caron. Any Canadians here? Get behind your guy.
Yeah.
He's been flawless so far.
We have more men taking the 75-pound bag. You think that there's guys that's going to skip this one, Doc?
I think we're down to it. I'm not sure how many bags are going to skip now. But I haven't seen Halfdor for a bit. Okay, Mateusz. He can get this.
Down to 11 seconds. We're down to 8 seconds.
Oh. Round of applause.
Great effort. Great effort.
Okay, who's the next athlete?
People are jockeying for position now. Dr. Beckwith is figuring out who's next.
Mateusz Belchak. He wants your help.
He wants your approval. close. 20 seconds.
He's going to put everything into this last one. Give it one more rip.
He's going to try to put everything into it now.
Oh. I'll juice Belchuk. Okay, we're going up to the 80-pound bags.
Putting away the 75-pounders, and we are going up to 80 pounds.
This got real serious real quick. Mikhail Shivlikov from Russia. Wow.
Whoa. Guys, you see the guys up here handing the bags and running back and forth. Let's give a round of applause for the guys helping out. Half-Thor Beyonce, ladies and gentlemen. Even Half-Thor was giving the guys a round of applause.
Wow. Half-Thor's looks like he's got a lot of reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champ is here. We did that check just to see where that bar is. I think he can go up a little.
So speaking of a lot of power, Mark was a two-time Olympian representing the United States in weightlifting. What was your best clean and jerk? What was your best clean and jerk, Mark?
My best clean and jerk was 220 kilos.
Wow, that's almost 500 pounds. I think you'd be pretty good at this. Okay, we're back to JF. JF Caron from Quebec, Canada.
Right now, the lightest man in the field. Very close.
I think he can get this. Let's get behind him.
20 seconds, plenty of time. Look like he's gonna save it up for one attempt.
One more big pull.
Come on, this is it, guys.
Big round of applause.
And then there were three.
So it looks like we have Brian, and we have Half-Thor, and Mikhail.
The men are skipping the 85-pound bag and going to 90.
Wow.
We're getting closer and closer to that 100-pound bag mark. But right now, we're gonna stay here at 90 and see what happens. Let's hear it for him.
Oh.
Seconds. You got time. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Mikhail Shivlikov from Russia. Great job, Mikhail.
A great representative as a strong man. You can see him showing respect for the officials. And ladies and gentlemen, it's down to 2. I think everybody's familiar with these last 2 men. You can see these 2 men, they're jockeying for position.
Do you think they're trying to skip the 90-pound bag?
I don't know if they're going to skip the 90. I think they may go to 95. They're over consulting with Dr. Terry Todd. Dr. Terry Todd and Dr. Jan Todd will both be inducted into the International Sports Hall of Fame. They're the ones that have the idea of the strongman here at the Arnold. They've been running it since their first one, 2002. Can we give them a round of applause and congratulate them on being in the International Sports Hall of Fame?
So it looks like we're going to have Hafthor first with a 90-pound bag.
We've been told to stand back here in the back behind the white line so we don't obstruct y'all view. But I feel like coming out there in the crowd, I feel like a fan right now. Hafthor Julius Bjornsson. Over the bar.
Easily cleared. Didn't even touch the bar.
If you're standing far in the back, getting your supplements and protein, you are missing a show. Coming to the bar is the current champion. Using all of his 30 seconds. He's going to approach the bar and the clock is going to start.
So I was just told by Dr. Terry Todd, because there's only 2 athletes left in the competition, they're going to slow this down and let them get as much rest as needed in between repetitions. Each attempt.
When you're the boss, you can make those decisions. All right, y'all, just sitting around. What do you say? Wow. 90 over the bar. So we're moving up to 95, or are we gonna skip 95 and go to 100? They're gonna both take 95.
So last year we had a world's record in this event with Halfdor clearing the bar with a 100-pound bag. So they had to make bigger bags. So we're getting into world record
we'll
territory.
Get a chance to see a world record today. I'm sure y'all wouldn't mind seeing a world record today, would you?
So giving them a chance to take some time, slow it down a little bit, prepare for their 30 seconds to get the bar cleared with this big bag.
They're gonna do what Dr. Ty refers to as letting the well fill up. Some of y'all that grew up in the country, you had well water, you know what that means. I'm not the only country boy in the building. Where the country people at? All right, all right. It's good to let these guys get a few minutes to take a breath. Let the red blood cells fill up.
And I can tell you, just because they're doing one at a time, putting on an explosive energy upward many times in a row can wear you out really quickly.
You see the guys stretching, trying to stay limber. It's real important in this lift. They have to go to the range of motion that's right at a stressful point, so you gotta stay loose.
We're just showing you a couple more legends in our sport, strongman. I want to call attention to Ode Haugen. Wait for everybody, Ode. Ode Haugen. Originally from Norway, but we claim him as our own here in the U.S. Great
Ode has been a
strongman.
great ambassador for the sport of strongman. He's traveled the world for many years. He was one of the guys that I grew up watching. And I credit him a lot with introducing me to different apparatus every year. It would seem like even now, Og has brought in Moz Wrestling. So is there any Moz wrestlers out here? Okay, we got one. We got one Moz wrestler. All right. You can see Halfdor getting his belt ready. Look like he's up next.
Okay, Halfdor.
Guys, it's not gonna get any better than this. We're down to the last 2 men. I see a lot of people sitting down. Do you want to see this bag go over the bar? Well, let's hear it.
In Iceland, they say, Kommissar. Let's go.
You see him waking up with the ammonia caps. The man is ready to go.
Who wants to see it? Come on, let's go outdoor. 95-pound bag, over 15 feet.
Clock has started. Plenty of time, 20 seconds.
Come on, outdoor. We get this over.
10 seconds. Yeah!
Wow. That was
you
close.
talk about getting it real close down to the short hairs.
Very close. But he got it over. Had to roll.
A few centimeters to the left, a few centimeters to the right, and that was not a make.
That's it.
But he was able to pull it out.
Also getting to peak right over the bar.
As you everybody can see, 95 is being skipped.
Oh boy, a big strategic move
by Brian Shaw.
Ryan's going right to the big bag.
He's going straight to a 100-pound bag. That's what y'all wanted to see. The man is giving you what you want. I think you ought to give him some back.
And Mark, this would tie a world's record. This would tie the existing world record.
Brian is making sure that the handle that feels the best to him, he's gonna use. All right, guys. They have a few seconds to get themselves together. Brian's making sure that it's packed down tight. The handle is where he wants it. And once he gets his belt right, a little hydration, he's gonna go back to the bar. Doc, I love this anticipation. Right before you get ready to lift, it's just something that comes over you. You feel like you can't control yourself a little bit. Get your blood pumping. Now the crowd is starting to get into it. They see the champ is here. £100 to tie the world record. And the clock.
Who wants to see it?
Still plenty of time for another attempt.
He can get it over. Brian Shaw, great attempt.
Let's hear it for him. Hafthor is going to pass. He is taking first. Let's hear it for him. Hafthor Bjornsson. We're going to get out of the way and let Mr. Slater and his men take this bar down and get ready for the next event.
So we'll talk about the results overall for the first event. The rogue bag over the bar.
Can I get a word? Ladies and Did you, at any point, did you have any doubt that you would be able to do 95?
No, I didn't. I've been training very hard for this competition. In training, I did even have your back, so I felt very confident. I'm very happy with first place, and yeah, let's just keep on going.
I think it's a smart thing that you actually passed on 100. You won the event. You need to save your energies for the next lift. Thank you very much. Good luck. Let's hear it for him. We are back. Are y'all ready for some deadlifting? The deadlift is the true indicator of a man's power. I love the squat. I love the bench press. But when you start looking for who is the strongest guy, this is where it's at. We're getting ready to bring these guys out. Are y'all ready for them? Oh, come on, man. Like, are y'all ready for these guys to come out here and blow your mind? All right. I love it. We're going to talk about the format, guys. These guys are going to come out. The bar is already set, and then each person is going to have an attempt. They have 3 chances, so the guys will be able to pick and choose. And this is where the chess game comes in. They got to figure out what's comfortable for them. Some of the lifts are going to be easy, and they'll say, you know what, I'm going to pass on that. I'll take 900. You can't go backwards. If you can't lift 900, then you're going to be out of there. So without further ado, it's time for the deadlift.
Okay.
Doc, you have the order?
They're going to bring it up in just a minute because it shuffles every round. They have to put a lot number on each athlete, so it's not the same one every time.
Okay, what's happening, guys, is the reason that we're waiting is that chess game that we talked about is being played. There are 5 guys back there that haven't put a weight in yet. They waiting on the other guy to put a weight in. So it's a little cat and mouse right now, but in the next 3 to 5 minutes, we'll have all of the guys' numbers in. But right now, they're kind of like, you ever played chicken? You're going to jail. Stop doing that. Okay, but that's what's going on right now. The guys are actually playing chicken. So they're trying to figure out what weight you're gonna put in, so I'll know what to put in next. So we got big, strong guys out here. Y'all, you know what I'm talking about. He's shaking his head like this. I ain't scared of you.
So Dr. Chan Todd pointed out to me that you can see in the corner of the screen, just like in a powerlifting competition or a weightlifting competition, that we have 3 judges, and we get 3 whites, or you get 2 whites. Majority rules. Everybody knows that system, so you can actually look at the red and white system. So you have to have a majority of whites to have a good lift. So 2 whites, good lift. 2 reds, not a valid lift. I think we're almost ready to start here in a minute. We just want to build up a little suspense. Everybody's waving to their mom.
welcome back. We're about to do it. You guys still don't have all the numbers in. We can't go until everybody puts the number in. I was just explaining that I wouldn't put my number in until everybody put theirs in first. And then, sometimes it got to the end where they said, okay, you have to put a number in. I said, well, I'll put it in after they do all the first lifts. So I kind of, a little intimidating, distracting, a little factor there. Dr. Bob, Dr. Bill, sorry. Deadlifting in the Highland Games. Did they have a version of the deadlift in the Highland Games?
Well, I guess you could say the Denny Stones were kind of like that.
Right.
The Denny Stones. And sometimes you'll have stone carries. Like we have the Loon Stone carry, and it's kind of like the Denny Stones, but no deadlifting, but definitely an exercise that a lot of Highland Games guys do.
Can you explain to the crowd what the Denny Stones are?
Yes, there are two stones in Scotland, and one of them weighs 413 pounds, the other weighs 321 pounds, and they're on rings. And you just reach down and pick them up. 733 pounds, that's it.
Well, today we had two people that are definitely people that are highly involved with putting the strongman together, Dr. Jan Todd and Dr. Terry Todd. And I'm going to ask before I say this, but I think that Jan actually lifted the Denny Stones. And I was right. Dr. Jan Todd was the first woman to lift the Denny Stones. Right here in the front row.
There's got to be somebody else that's going to do it, right? Another woman? Any other women going to lift the Denny Stones?
Is there a woman out there that's going to try to lift the Denny Stones? Can we get somebody to get motivated, start training, start lifting some stones?
They're heavy. I will say this, a couple of years ago, we were shooting the film. She was still picking up one of them. She's over there grabbing them, just picking them up, showing us how to do it.
Well, we got a little time. We're going to explain. The guys are allowed to use straps to do the deadlift. But what they're not allowed to do is use double straps, where they do a figure eight, wrap, and hold the bar. So that's not allowed this year, so that's something that's different. When you have a bar that's actually at this height, this is a true deadlift bar. This elephant bar is one that I've never been able to lift on. I retired long before, but you can pull very hard. The bar will start, these plates will come off the floor, but this will still be on the ground. So you'll see guys, they'll get a pull going and they'll think that they're there, but the weight is still on the ground. So it's going to be interesting to see who can adjust to that style.
So I guess you have to be a little patient. You can't just rip it.
Yeah, you can't just, this is not a rip and pull deadlift.
Yeah, you got to just get that force going.
You got to be patient, let it clear, feel the weight, and lock it out.
That's right. But I guess in some ways it's a little bit longer, a little more flexible. That might help if you know how to do it. So.
Yeah, it takes a little practice. The guys are in the back, they're getting ready.
Okay.
They're actually exercising on the same bar that they're going to lift on.
Perfect. Now. And Steve Slater told me you can't buy this, so.
you can't lie about the deadlift.
No.
You can kind of cheat a little bit on the squat. Oh, I didn't go deep enough. You can kind of cheat on the bench and get a little bounce. Deadlift, there is no cheating.
You either pick it up or you don't. Magnus is shaking his head like, yeah, that's it. Get it off the ground. Okay, let's see where we stand.
Lift on the elephant bar? Did you ever get a chance? See, us old guys, I say us, because we know that I'm not as, but us old guys, we didn't get the lift on this elephant bar, and I hate it. I wish I could go back in time, find the DeLorean, jump in there and go back, pick myself up and bring myself back to right now, but that's not going to happen. But I envy these guys and being able to try and lift under equipment like the equipment that Rose makes. All right, we got some numbers, Kim. Dr. Kim Beck with us got some numbers. Did we get all the numbers in? Oh, It's still a chess game. We got 3 guys. We got 3 more guys. They're waiting to see who's gonna flinch.
Well, I hope they get him in soon. We're gonna get this started. The bar is ready.
Show on the road.
That's it.
We may have to get guys out here and actually start lifting before they put the number in.
I think so. So do you think you'd be one of the guys waiting to the very end? You said that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's many times that I competed where I would actually, the first lifter would go up.
Get our first lifter out. We haven't seen the order yet either, so bear with us a second.
Dr. Kim Beckwith is not going to play with him too much longer, I don't think.
I think she'll get him out here.
She's going to go and put her foot down.
I wouldn't mess with her.
It's not going to be pretty either.
I wouldn't mess with her.
It's kind of like, I know Jan is that way too. When Jan say jump, she wants you already how high.
Right, exactly. 7:51.
All right, we got our first guy on the stage. We still have 3 men that have not put their numbers in. Like I said earlier, sometimes the first guy will come up and you'll still be jockeying for position. I got another job. You see me, I'm over here ragging chairs. Give me a chair, give me another chair. Oh, big man. That's my friend right there. He the only guy in the building that can eat with me.
Okay, I believe Matthews is waving out. I don't know if there's something going on with his back or something. So no attempt. You get 3 attempts. I don't know if he's going to follow himself, but he failed at this weight, so. I think Montius is explaining what's going on to Mark. Okay, so the next athlete coming to the stage, Rauno Heinla. We're going to stay at this weight.
So first attempt, no lift.
So Rauno Heinla.
Y'all not asleep over here yet, right? Y'all not asleep over here, are you?
Okay, setting up. Okay, so this is 383 kilos.
800 pounds.
801. We got it. Okay, first up. $363 kilos, that's 801 pounds. Matius.
All right, let's go.
Let's get behind him. Matius Kiloskowski.
Dr. Bill, as you can see here, he got a little hitch.
He did.
But that's allowed here in this competition.
That's allowed. Looks like he's got a little bit of a hand issue going, but he's got his strap.
Chess game is being played. People are waiting to see if they're going to take this weight or pass and up the weight on the bar.
Okay, the next athlete up will be Matius Belchuk. He's going to start with 370 kilograms, 816 pounds. Matius Belchuk. 370 kilos, that's 816 pounds. Okay, the bar is loaded. Matius Belchuk. These openers are really important. It helps you know where you are. Come on, Matius.
All right, guys, let's hear it. 816 pounds.
Wow.
And the judges say yes. As you can see, a lot of the guys, you experienced deadlifters out there might recognize it, but the guys, they don't wear shoes. They want to be as low to the ground as possible, and they want to be able to feel the floor so they can push and get the most out of their finish.
So I believe the next athlete up, Mark, is Matius Kiloskowski. He's coming up for a second attempt with 370 kilos.
Another lifter, 816 pounds. Let's get behind him. He's the youngest guy in the field.
Second attempt, we're fighting for every single point.
And the judges say, yes.
3 weights, good job.
A normal deadlift competition, you wouldn't be able to hit, but at the Arnold Classic, it's about moving the heaviest weight by the heaviest men, so being able to make a little adjustment is okay.
That was Mateusz Kieloskowski with a great lift, second attempt. 370 kilos, 816 pounds.
The weight has been moved up to 846 pounds.
All right, next up, Reino Halma. Reino Halma. Let's get behind him.
Right, here he is approaching the bar. Let's get with him. Let him know y'all here.
Wow.
And the judges say yes, and I think he's got just a little bit more in him.
I think so, Mark. Deep well. Rauno Hainla. Good job. He's going to pick a second attempt now. Get our next athlete up here after we load. Dimitar Savatnov's coming up for 861. That's 390 kilos. 400 kilos used to be just the absolute.
Dimitar is extremely focused. You can see him cinching his straps up, getting ready for the attempt. Let's hear it for him, guys. Let him know you're out there.
Come on now. Let's go, Bingo. Bingo. Come on. 390 kilos. I'd say that
What
was
a good start from the big Bulgarian.
Mark, I was also told that this is a road record breakers event. So if someone sets the world's record from last year of 1,031 pounds set by Jerry Pritchett, if somebody goes over that, that's a $5,000 cash prize.
Wow.
$5,000 for one lift. Like you say, it's good work if you can get it.
It's great work if you can get it.
Great work if you can get it.
It's not making me want to come out of retirement, though.
Okay, who's going to be next here?
The bar has been moved up. to 886 pounds.
There's Belton.
We got 401 kilos. 401 kilos.
886 pounds.
No matter how you say it, it is heavy.
All right. There's Belson. Coming up for a second attempt. Come on now, get behind him. Come on, Mateos.
Right now, he's being a bulletproof. Their mind is so tight, they're wound up and they're ready to go. Let's hear it for him, guys. Let's get his mind right. And the judges say, yes.
Yes. Mark, I think he's playing around. That looked really, really good. That was his second attempt.
There's only a couple of guys that I look at as got maybe another 20 kilos.
Yeah, I think he'd go closer over 900 pounds. Yeah. Okay, next weight on the bar is 901 pounds, 408 kilograms. 408.
All right, here we go. 901 pounds, 408 kilos.
For Mikhail Shivlikov of Russia. Black Beret, Special Forces, soldier. He's also won chess tournaments, mathematics tournaments. Not only is he really strong, he's a really smart guy. Kind of like Conan the Librarian. You guys aren't catching my jokes, come on. £901 pounds. Mikhail Shivlikov of Russia. First attempt.
Russia's finest. And the judges say it is good.
Awesome. Very good attempt. He's going to put in his second attempt now. Get that poundage in there. The bar goes to 410 kilograms. So we're getting a little bit of a chess match here, Mark. A little bit of a chess match. So he lifts 408 kilos. now the bar goes to 410 kilograms.
They are playing the chess game.
906 pounds.
Sometimes you gotta go up a half kilo.
That's it. But it's heavier, so there it is. Okay, Rauno Heinla.
It's hard for me not to get my mind starting to get into me a little bit. These weights are getting out of weight where you want to go up there and tug on it yourself. These guys are getting fired up. So am I. I want to hear y'all. I want y'all to be as fired up as I am. Let's go. And the judges say yes.
Wow. Woo, great lift. 906. 410 kilos. I believe Dimitar Sabatinov is taking the same weight. 410 kilos. 906 pounds. All right, Miko Sabatinov from Bulgaria. 410 kilos, 906 pounds. Three whites, it's good.
It is good. Easy.
It looked easy. A little bit of a hitch, but it looks good still.
You want to make sure that you stay in front of who you need to stay in front of.
That's right.
And then when you need one, when you go battle for the finish, and you're trying to get it at the end, now you have to save one lift just so you can make sure you can challenge.
There you go. You heard it from Mark, and he knows all about that. So I'll get the poundage of the next athlete up. But that's part of the strategy. Mark's trying to put you into their heads, help you understand what's actually happening.
This will be a good time to thank the sponsors, Rogue, also Midway Technology,
Okay, so next, the weight is going up to 417 kilograms. That's 921 pounds.
also Ty Knuston and Expo, a huge sponsor. Some of the greatest watches that you could ever get. Somebody, you go out there and check them out.
Okay, Jerry Prentice coming in. 417 kilos. 921 pounds. That looked pretty good, Mark.
And it's good. That's the way you make a statement.
So JF Caron's going with the same weight, 416 kilos. I'm sorry, 417. £921. Jeff Caron from Canada, from Quebec. In the long line of Canadian strongmen. Come on, JF. Wow.
And the judges say it's good.
7 times Canada's strongest man, JF Caron. I was just reminded by Tim Bolin that it takes 24 hours to machine each of these plates. Beautiful apparatus supplied by Rogue. Beautiful plates, beautiful bar. Okay, what's the weight going to now? Okay, 420 kilograms. £926. First attempt for Havdor Bjornsson. £926, an opening attempt for Havdor Bjornsson. He's your current overall leader.
You wanted him, and he's coming to the stage. Wow.
Wow. I mean, there's a warm-up, and then there's like...
And it's good.
There's a warm-up, and then there's making, you know, the statement, and then there's kind of just playing with the weight.
The bar is going to stay at the same weight. Thanks, good job, guys. The crew is doing a wonderful job. Can we get one more round of applause for the crowd? From the crowd, the crew is doing a great job.
All right, again, Mateusz Belczak. Okay, come on, Mateusz. Let's get behind him. Third attempt now. Come on. £926. Oh, big round of applause. Mateusz Belchak.
Great effort, great effort.
Super effort. To remind you, the athletes have 30 seconds to complete a lift, and you can see that Magnus for Magnuson, our head judge, had his hand still up.
The bar is going to go up to 422 kilos, 931 pounds.
Wow. Mikhail Shivlikov. His second attempt. These are valuable points. Let's get behind him. Gotta have this lift.
Come on, guys, let's get behind him.
Wow.
And it's good.
He's not backing down. Mikhail's currently in the top 4.
Did Martina Sabatinov from Bulgaria.
$422 kilograms.
The last time he went to the bar was not limit. I think he's got a lot left. And it's good.
There we go. Miko Sabatinov. 422 kilos. A real chess game is going on.
They're changing the bar to 424 kilos.
That's 936 pounds. Sorry for the glasses, folks. These are tiny little numbers. And my arms aren't that long.
There's still a lot of lifting to be done. Don't go anywhere.
We're just warming up. Okay, Rauno Heinla. This is his third and final attempt. Jockeying for every possible point. This is the fourth out of 5 events today.
Let's
Good
see what
lift.
the judges say. It is good.
Yeah. Rauno Heinla. 3 successful attempts.
The bar will be moved up to 426 kilos.
941 pounds. Just to put this in perspective, the world's record for strongman deadlift was about 960, 970, and that was set in 2011 at the World's Strongest Man competition by Sadurnis. And now this is like halfway through the competition, and we're still at that weight. That's where we've come. Mikhail Shivlikov of Russia.
Mikhail
426
Shivlikov.
kilos.
Come on.
Wow.
For 1 second, I thought y'all went to sleep. I see you still awake.
I would say that's a maximum effort.
We do have a cleanup on our 9.
I believe we do. And that's the heart of a warrior. He gave everything he's got. Okay, we have 4 athletes left in the competition. Next up will be Brian Shaw. ...431 kilograms, 951 pounds. That's an opener for big Brian Shaw. I know Brian wants you to get behind him.
He makes this will put him in first place. Let's hear it.
3 white lights.
It's good.
Yes, sir. That was 900.
It's safe to say he's got a lot left in him. The bar is being set at 444 kilos.
That's 981 pounds. So this is Jerry's second attempt. 981 pounds. Jerry is the record holder with the elephant bar. 1,031 pounds last year. And this is a Rogue Record Breakers event. So if you set the record, if you can go over 1,031 pounds, it's a $5,000 cash prize. And people say, well, you just lift the bar for a few seconds. Not really. I mean, it took a lifetime of preparation to get to this point. And all the opportunities that you had to capitalize on to get to this point. And all the hard work to get to this point.
Steve Slater is making sure that the bar is set tight and safe for the next lifter to come up. 444 kilos.
Wow. Here we go, Jerry Pritchett, USA.
Here he is, guys, from the United States of America.
All good.
And it's good.
981 pounds. We're getting close to 1,000 pounds. And there's 4 athletes left in the competition. Okay.
We're getting close to the record. The world record is at 1,031 pounds. The bar is getting at that level.
.447 kilos. 986 pounds. JF Garon from Canada.
And judge is ready. A lot left.
I believe we got some 1,000-pounders coming, Mark. What kind of weight we got coming up, Mark? A lot of discussion.
Now the bar is going to be loaded to 458 kilos.
Okay, we've done it. That's over 1,000 pounds. That's 1,011 pounds. 1011. Now we're starting 1,000-pound club. And we're also pushing for these points.
You've seen him on HBO, on the Game of Thrones, as the Mountain, but the man standing here before you today is Hafthor Bjornsson, the strong man. Let's see what the strong man is going to do. The head judge hand is raised. He's ready. And it's good!
1,011 pounds. I need an arm transplant after that. That looked pretty smooth. I know Hafthor's worked a lot on his deadlift. Okay, looks like Big Brian is lurking in the shadows here.
Ladies, the bar is being moved up to 460 kilos.
Okay, 460, that's 1,016 pounds. You guys are watching multiple 1,000-pound deadlifts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let y'all know that the champ is here. .6'8", 430 pounds, approaching the bar with no fear. And it's good.
That was 1,016 pounds. Brian Shaw. Mark was saying he's defending champion here at the Arnold. I think I just saw the lion roar. I don't know about y'all, but I love this stuff. We're at 1,000-pound deadlifts, one after another.
Doc, there's a lot of things going on over here, but also out there in this arena. And I'd like to say that I don't think there's nothing else more exciting than what's going on the main stage. If you are around in earshot, I suggest you pull yourself close to the front and see these men lift unbelievable weights. The bar is going to be loaded at 463 kilos.
1,021 pounds. Seven-time Canadian champion. Here he comes. Jean-Francois Caron.
Let's hear it for him, guys. This is over 1,000 pounds. Come on, let's hear it for him. The judge is ready.
Wow.
And it's good.
That was 1,021 pounds. So where do we go now?
Just so y'all know, that was a 20-kilo PR. It's something about the Arnold stage that makes you rise to the occasion, and today he just did.
Mark, what's the weight on the next attempt? We got to be getting near the record.
And then there were three. The bar is set at 469 kilos. Going to the bar from the United States, Jerry Pritchard.
This is for a new world record. 1,036 pounds.
If 1031 is the record, this is more than a world record.
Big round of applause for Jerry.
Great attempt.
Great
attempt,
champion.
Jerry. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention? We are going to 472 kilos.
That's 1,041 pounds. So we're going 10 pounds above the world's record. And again, to remind you, this is a road record breaker's attempt. So if he makes this, it's a $5,000 cash prize. but Brian Shaw has another attempt as well.
This is above the world record. The giant stands to his feet. He readies himself.
His third attempt.
The man is 6'9". He covers the ground he walks on. He's readying himself for doing more than the world record.
1,041 pounds.
Let's go! Let's go! Y'all need to stand up on your feet. This is more than a world record. This is history being made. The head judge's hand is raised. It is time. It is time. Where's the electricity? Hold it, young man. Hold it. A new world record. It is time. The head judge's hand is raised. It is time. It is time. Where's the electricity? Hold it, young man. Hold it. A new world record.
And that's a new world record, Mark. 1,041 pounds. Broke the record by 10 pounds. So, there's one lifter left.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is being set at 474 kilos. The show is not over.
That's 1,046 pounds. And that's for the win in the event. And the world's record. And the $5,000 record maker prize money from Rogue. This is as big as it gets, folks. The chips are down.
This is the heaviest deadlift ever done at the Arnold. There have been many, many great lifters come before, and none has ever done this attempt. This is 474 kilos. $1,046 pounds. And you get to witness it. And are you gonna sit down and watch it? Are you gonna stand up and respect the bar? standing at 6'8", hailing from the United States of America. The current champion, Brian Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, the champ is here! The head judge hand is raised. If you got something left, there's no reason to save it. This is the last lift. I wanted you to keep it going. What a valiant effort. Thank you, there. Thank you, Brian.
Great round of applause for Brian. Great attempt.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for all of these men? The greatest deadlift challenge ever done at the Arnold. And you got to witness it.
I'd say ever, Mark. What do you think?
I say ever. I've never seen this many guys go up over 1,000 pounds in one competition.
Never. How many? Four guys over 1,000 pounds. Right?
I mean, it's 4 guys. I mean, it was unbelievable. And that last lift for the world record, I think he had another 5 kilos left.
I think he had a little bit left.
Man.
Wow, great job.
Unbelievable. Thank y'all so much for coming out. Tonight, we'll be finishing up with one of my favorite lifts, the Apollon's wheels. Dr. Todd always said, with the Apollon wheels, very few men can lift it, and no boys. And there will be no boys there tonight. So I will see you later on tonight.
2018, I won Arnold Classic in Columbus, Ohio, Europe's Strongest Man, Iceland's Strongest Man, the World's Strongest Man, and the World's Ultimate Strongman. Last year was good, yeah, for sure.
Adding my 4th Arnold title is, I would have to say, the most important thing to me.
Right now it's feeling good, body's feeling strong and healthy, and that's half of the battle in a lot of ways. So if I can walk in there feeling like this, hit my peak right, it's gonna be really good.
You always got something that's bugging you, you know, hamstrings, back, lats are beat up from Saturday. It's just typical Monday.
This is why we do this day in and day out and train the way we do and make the sacrifices we do is to make those giant lifts on stage.
Deadlift is big this year. Rogue has thrown out a challenge for anybody that can lift over 500 kilos, which is 1,103 pounds roughly.
Rogue is offering $50,000 on it, which is huge.
So I think a lot of guys will focus on the deadlift in the next couple of months.
We'll do about 4 different variations of deadlift between the racks, regular floor. To me, too, the elephant bar is a different animal. It reacts to different weights. You know, so that'll be the thing is, what's it gonna do at 1,100 pounds? You know, I know at 1,000 pounds it changes, you know, from what it is at 900 pounds. That's awesome. We still got the blood on it from last year. I think it's a good bar to train for the elephant bar deadlift. Obviously, I would love to have one of the elephant bars to duplicate it even closer, but I think it's a good way to train. It's a huge mark to raise the established record by 60 pounds, but there's a few of us that are crazy enough to go after it. There's a big prize on it if you can get it, but it's a big risk as well. You know, you risk putting yourself out of the rest of the show and maybe out for the rest of the year.
There are at least 4 guys going to the Arnold that can pull more than 1,000 pounds. Myself, Hofthor, Jerry Pritchett, and JF Crone. And I think out of those 4, one of us is gonna have the best opportunity to actually lift that weight.
Jerry Pritchett, I believe, if he comes in a good shape and stays injury-free.
Come on, Jerry Pritchett, let's break this world record.
You know, he set the record at 1,031. He lifted that weight really well.
Yes, sir.
He could have more than that in the tank and potentially give a really good run at the 1,100.
And then, of course, Brian Shaw.
The way that I'm training, the way that I'm preparing, mentally getting ready, is to give that my best attempt.
I think those 2 will be my biggest threat.
You know, in the Rogue record breaker 501 kilo deadlift challenge, I think Hofthor, I think he's gonna do well. Obviously, he's coming off a big pull last year where he felt really good, and you know, it was a great lift at 1,041, set the new record with that weight.
Most of us going into this year will be looking at beating Hofthor's record at the 1041 and going 1045, 1050, 1060. But now we're looking 60 pounds past that, which is huge. You wouldn't hear somebody go to a racetrack and say, yeah, you're gonna knock, you know, 5 seconds off the track record tonight, you know. They laugh at you. They tell us, you're going to try to put 60 pounds on the current record, but there's 50 grand on it. Okay, we'll try it.
It's a well-paid event. Guys are gonna seriously go for it. It's almost as much as the first place win. So, you know, guys will go for it, you know, for sure.
You know, you're able to make history with this one lift. That's maybe even more important than just winning the prize money.
Like each year at the Arnold, I think Terry Todd started that by raising the mark, you know, every year through the years. You know, whether yoke went from 1,000 pounds and worked its way to over 1,500, or log has worked its way to 450, or whatever it's been, the bar has always been risen. The 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic will definitely be one for the record books.
One of the best qualities you can have as a competitive strongman is to bring your best performance on the day. You know, and so when it matters, you step up and you can do stuff that maybe you couldn't do in training. I want my best lift to come on the day in the contest when it matters.
The level of strongman is growing. The guys are getting stronger, but so am I. I honestly believe that I will have a good shot at that record.
How about a round of applause for your newest member of the IBB Pro League, Eric Lisboa. All right, thank you very much, Eric.
Arnold Sports Festival. For the next 3 days, it will be the focus of the fitness world as fans from around the globe have descended on Columbus, Ohio to watch the best in bodybuilding, weightlifting, arm wrestling, and even fencing. But we are here to answer one big question, and that is, who is the strongest man on earth? Welcome inside the Greater Columbus Convention Center, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Dr. Bill Crawford. The most powerful athletes on the planet are here to compete in 5 unique events over the next 2 days for the right to be called the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic Champion.
The Arnold Strongman Classic is the defining event of the Strongman calendar each year. It's the most prestigious event. It's also the heaviest event. And this is the event that also defines Strongman each year.
Every man wants to win this event. There are 10 of them from 8 different countries here today, and they are all chasing the mountain. The man from Iceland, Hafthor Bjornsson, he is your defending champion, and he definitely has what it takes to repeat here again in 2019.
Yes, he's the 2018 Arnold Strongman Classic champion, the 2018 TWI World's Strongest Man champion, and he also has the elephant bar deadlift record with 1041, and he's here to reclaim his title.
The man who may prevent that is the man from the United States who has finished first or second 7 of the last 8 years here, and that's Brian Shaw.
Yes, Brian is the 4-time World's Strongest Man. He's also 3-time Arnold Strongman Classic champion. He's a consummate professional and always comes prepared.
Those are your 2 favorites, but there is a man here who may be a factor in this competition, and he is someone we got to see compete firsthand in Santa Monica. That's Martins Licis.
Martins is the future of strongman. Martins is the 2018 Arnold Strongman Classic European champion and also had a very dramatic win at the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic Santa Monica.
The athletes are not the only attraction here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. The implements themselves are a big part of the show. Up first, the Rogue Elephant Bar. It was made specifically for our first event, the deadlift.
The deadlift, of all other lifts, is considered to be the best determinant of who is the strongest man. Most all of our events in the past, we've used a specially configured set of Hummer tires, actually, and it's become sort of famous. The bar is almost 14 feet long. It makes even these big men look small. We decided to try something different this year. I said I want a bar that really bends when it's lifted. We're going to use a bar that's like a normal Olympic bar, except a little more than a foot longer on each end.
My name is Amik Jones. I'm the Director of Product Development for Rogue Fitness. Each year, Terry Todd and Steve Slater come to us with new ideas for the competition. Terry came to us and said that it would be really neat to do the same event, but with a long, more conventional bar. So in order to do that, we needed to make a bar with particularly long sleeves in order to get up to the 1,000+ pounds that these guys are going to deadlift at the event. There's quite a bit of research and development, sourcing of materials, finding the right kind of steel. Our normal bars have a loadable area of around 16 inches, whereas these have around 27 inches. That it introduces a whole bunch of challenges because there's a whole lot more force on a bar that's 10 feet long versus a normal bar that's 7 feet long. So today we're going to be testing multiple prototypes made from different types of steel at various diameters. We're going to load each bar up to around 1,055 pounds and drop it 50 times. We're expecting the competitors to get up over 1,000 pounds in their deadlift, and we want to make sure that the bar can handle far more than what they're going to throw at it.
We could have used slender steel plates. They don't take nearly up as much space, but it wouldn't look as heavy. It would not allow you to lift quite as much weight. For all these reasons, I said, let's use old style. the old 2-inch wide deep dish plates.
Similar to what was used 30, 40 years ago, we wanted to make something that was really unique, and so we added the silhouette of Arnold onto the plates, similar to what you would get with a cast plate, but instead of casting it, we're machining them from solid chunks of steel.
The plate is a slug. It's about 170 pounds, and after it's done with the finished product, it's within ounces of 45.
Well, for the past 4 weeks, we've been working on 12-hour shifts, 9 to 9. Each of us worked a night shift.
We're lucky to get one done a shift, but we were probably about 3/4 of the plate done.
Proud to be a part of it. You get to see your work in use and everybody else's reaction to it as well. It's pretty phenomenal.
They're about 2 inches wide at the top. They're striking to look at. And we have an image of Arnold himself. Not exactly the Vitruvian Man, but a little bit the same kind of thing. But this new bar that we're using, we're trying to think about what we might call it. It's going to be the Rogue Elephant Bar. That's what it's called. From now on, it will be known as the Rogue Elephant Bar.
These Rogue implements certainly have an artistic quality to them, but if you've ever used a bar like this, it is much different than a barbell that you would find in an everyday gym.
Yes, this barbell is made specifically for the deadlift. It's longer, it's about 9 feet long, and this length also means that there's more flex in the barbell, and that proposes that the strongman can actually lift more weight. But actually also they have to control that flex in the barbell and overcoming that weight in the end with their brute strength.
Hafthor Bjornsson did that last year as he lifted 1,041 pounds to set the record on this deadlift bar. There are 5 men who have lifted more than 1,000 pounds, and 4 of them are here in this field. Brian Shaw, Jerry Pritchett, Jean-Francois Caron, and Hafthor Bjornsson. The deadlift is the opening event, the first of 5 events that will be contested here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Each athlete will have 3 attempts, and there is a little bit of a chess match that goes into this.
Yes, there is a chess match, but still you have to lift the weights that you select. It's patience off of the floor to control flex. That's the number one thing that you've got to do, because if you pull the bar quickly from the floor and you can't control that flex, then it can get away from you. And the second one, once we get the bar to your knees, is to overcome that weight with just brute strength. It's still about lifting that barbell.
The deadlift certainly does look like a simple movement, and as you just heard Dr. Crawford talk about, it is a very complex movement. A lot of things you have to keep in mind in order to be successful. Let's take a look at the past champions here, and Brian Shaw's name shows up a lot. He has won 3 Arnold Strongman championships, the most recent coming in 2017. Hafthor Bjornsson, who is also here, he won last year, and he is the defending champion, and a lot of money is on the line here in this competition. The first place competitor will win $72,000. Second place takes home $22,000. Then we work our way down to 10th place. So every man here will take home some sort of prize money. And there's also some big money on the line here in this event. We'll talk about that more in just a little bit. But we mentioned Hafthor Bjornsson and Brian Shaw at the top of the show. They are definitely favorites, not only in this competition, but also in this event. But there are also 2 other men in the field here who could do very well in this event. One is a little bit of a mystery. The other, though, is a sure thing. The first is Jerry Pritchett. This guy knows how to deadlift.
Yes, Jerry's a prodigious deadlifter. He's got a world record in powerlifting, and he deadlifted 950 at the Santa Monica Arnold Strongman Classic, which showed a lot of potential for a much heavier deadlift. Jerry is an athlete who always comes prepared, but the deadlift is his specialty.
Jerry Pritchett really knows this implement. Now, one man we're keeping an eye on, not because he's proficient with this, but because he has struggled, and that is the youngster, Mateusz Kaliszkowski from Poland.
Mateusz is a very dynamic athlete. He does a lot of things that are unbelievable. The stone lift last year was something that shocked the strongman world. But also the the athletes that figure out the static events later in their career are the ones that become most successful.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski making his 5th appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. He has never finished better than 3rd. Last year he was 4th and won the stone to shoulder with a world record performance. With the two men who will be getting most of the attention here to begin with, talked about them at the top of the show, your defending champion Hafthor Bjornsson and Brian Shaw. They've been here a total of 18 times, won the Arnold Strongman Classic a total of 4. Bjornsson much younger than Shaw at 37 and Hafthor at 30 years old. And Hafthor Bjornsson, like you talked about at the top, Bill, he has really rounded out his game over the recent years.
Yes, he has. He's figured out the static events, that being the deadlift and the overhead press. He was always great with endurance events and also great with power events such as tossing a weight over a bar or anything that had any kind of dynamic component to it. He's a complete strongman now, and that's showing because he sits atop the strongman world.
The two will square off in the opening event. It's the first of 5 events that will be contested over the next 2 days, and it is a packed house here at the Greater Columbus Convention Center as these people have gathered to watch some big weight go up and possibly some record-breaking weight to go up. Bill, you've competed. What's it like to lift in front of a crowd like this?
Well, this is the faithful. These are the people that know this sport, and they've come here to watch something. They know what they're looking at. So these are the people that want to see the red meat of strongman, which is going to be the heaviest lifts and the most unbelievable performances, and we have the 10 best athletes to show those off.
And we are starting off with really kind of a home run derby of this competition, and that is the deadlift. And I've heard you talk about it before, that the deadlift is really a lift that if you want to know how strong somebody is, you make them do a deadlift.
Yes, the deadlift is not just an event which shows someone's power. We talk about power all the time, which is force times distance and how fast you can do it. But really what it is, it's how you can just move a weight, being able to overcome a weight completely and however long it takes. And that's what the deadlift defines. Typically it's the strongest man that can actually do the biggest deadlift, but there are some components to it that have to be mastered. And honestly, I always thought about deadlift as an event I had to practice because you have to get these fine balance points. In the Santa Monica show, I was able to talk with Brian Shaw during the event, and we both agreed that you've got to have just that right place to pull the bar. And if you don't get that place, you can either have the bar in front of you or you can pull back a bit too much.
So let's talk about how this event is actually going to go down. They have 3 lifts. Last night, they had to pick their opening lift, and we will go from lightest to heaviest. And this is where the chess match kind of comes in, because you got to know not only what you're capable of, but you got to make sure that you're keeping your opponents in mind while you're picking what you're going to lift.
Yes, so there are several ways this could go down. This could turn into where the athletes just want to sort out the competition. They're going to pick weights that they feel that they're confident with, and they can get to a weight that's close to the record breaker's weight of 1,041 pounds, and then go for the big 1,100 pound or the 500 kilogram lift later. But inside of that, there might be strategies which play themselves out where athletes want to save points, or they actually want to just look at the competition itself and not go after the bigger lift, which would be at the end of this, or could be at the end of this.
The top 3 men, the bottom of that graphic, the top 3 men in this event will qualify for the Rogue Record Breakers. That is not part of the competition as far as points are concerned, but the 3 top men will have a chance to beat the world deadlift record of 1,100 pounds. If they do that, they will win $50,000. If they beat Thor Bjornsson's record last year that was set on the elephant bar of 1,041 pounds, they will win $5,000. So right off the bat here, we are giving away some pretty big prize money, and points are great in this event, but there are some men who are really going to be gunning for that 50 grand here.
Absolutely, and I love how audacious this is, because we're not just looking for an improvement in the world's record, we're actually looking to go up by over 50 pounds, which is unbelievable.
Let's meet the 10 men who will be competing in the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic. Here's Matt Eisman.
My name is Matt Eisman. I'm the host of American Ninja Warrior, and I will be your host over the next 2 days. And to share the stage with a legend. This man is a two-time USA Olympic weightlifter. He's a WWE Hall of Famer, and most importantly, he won this event the very first time it was held in 2002. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Mark Henry!
Well, hello. It's good to see y'all again. Are y'all ready for the strongest men in the world? Okay, come on, guys. I know y'all tired. Y'all been walking around all day. Are you ready for the strongest men in the world? I think they're ready.
What I love about this, Mark, is we have 10 men who are going to fight through 5 events over the next 2 days to crown one champion. 2 events are going to happen on this stage right now. We're going to start off with this one, the Rogue Elephant Bar Deadlift. And Mark, this is going to be a test of wills.
I mean, when I told you it's a test of will, it's not only a test of will, it's a test of conquering fear. You cannot come to this bar thinking I can't do it. It's got to be success and winning the whole time.
And what's special is thanks to one of our major hosts, Rogue Fitness, there is money on the line in this event. Now you break the current record in this event of 1,041 pounds held by Hathor Pearson, you get $5,000 on the spot. But if you can lift 501 kilos, you get $50,000. Now after that, our next event, the Husafel Stone Carry. And this is a strongman essential.
You know that the Husafel Stone, this is a lift that a lot of guys dread to see. I mean, it's an Icelandic lift. Guys got to walk around a sheep pen, and many guys have tried it, many guys have failed. So we'll get to see today who stands up to the competition.
Absolutely. And then tomorrow, we have 2 incredible events, both inspired by the namesake of this event, Arnold Schwarzenegger himself. If you haven't seen it, tomorrow, your mind will be blown by our 3rd event, the Wheel of Pain.
Woo. Have y'all seen it? Listen, I'm so glad I'm retired. That one puts fear in me. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys compete.
It's 40 feet tall, 20,000 pounds. After that, they will be tested by the Austrian of the log press, which you know, that is a beast of a challenge.
You know what, even if you're in great shape, and you do everything right, sometimes the Austrian Open get the best of you.
Yeah. And then we're going to finish it out on the main stage tomorrow night. And we will crown a champion with the final event, the Stone to Shoulder. And last year, that event, you were there. That was unbelievable seeing it earlier in the competition. I love that we're closing the event out with the Stone to Shoulder.
It was one of the more exciting events that I've ever been a part of. We had our young guy come out and show the old dogs who the real young man was going to be. He showed out.
Well, right now, I think it's time to meet the 10 athletes who are going to be competing, pouring blood, sweat, and tears for your entertainment. Are you ready to meet them? No, Mark. You said this sport thrives on energy. Are you ready to meet your athletes? Then, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the 10 athletes who will be vying for the title of 2019 Arnold Sports Classic World's Strongest Man. First up, out of Slovenia, 26 years old, 6 feet tall, 330 pounds, twice Slovenia's strongest man, Matthias Belshak.
And coming to the stage next, you know him. You would like to see him as the mountain on Game of Thrones, but we call him Hathor. Julius Pearson. Standing at 6'9". This man won his first championship last year. Let's see if he can win another one this year.
And following him out of Canada, a man who was a force in this particular event, 35 years old, 6 feet 2 inches tall, 353 pounds, 7 times Canada's strongest man, Jean-Francois Caron!
And next to the stage, from Estonia, Rono Heinia. This man is one of the better guys that we've seen in years past. Let's hope that he can put on the kind of performance that he put on last year.
I gotta say, looking at these athletes, we have some guys who have some experience in this contest. Some guys who really showed us what's right. And this guy last year was explosive. He was a revelation. 25 years old, 6 feet 5 inches tall, 330 pounds. The Polish powerhouse, Mateusz Kielecikowski. And it was that stone to shoulder where this guy was a revelation, Mark.
He was. And next to the stage, Martins Lakers. Martins lives in California now, and he comes from training. His father was a trainer. So we get to see these guys come to the stage and show everybody what true power.
Originally from Latvia, but he's waving the red, white, and blue. I love Lisa's out here. And next up, he won the amateur last year to earn his spot on this stage. He's the youngest athlete out here at 23 years of age. 6 feet 1 inches tall, 302 pounds from Ukraine, Oleksiy Novikov.
You know him, you love him, you've seen him before. But now I need you to see him again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage from the United States of America, Mr. Jerry Pritchard.
And now coming to the stage, one of the greatest strongmen in history. He stands 6 feet 8 inches tall, 420 pounds, his 10th time at the Arnold. Give it up for Brian Shaw!
And to us, we call him Misha. But everybody else knows him as the Siberian Force, Mikhail Shivnikov. As you can see, he wears that beret. This man is the equivalent of the Green Beret, a soldier, a man that has stood for his country, and let's give him a round of applause because we love our military.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 10 athletes who will be vying for the title. Let's give them a round of applause. Right now, we're going to let them head backstage to get warmed up for this first event. And Mark, we mentioned this first event is special. We are kicking things off with the Rogue Elephant Bar deadlift. Now, the current record in this is 1,042 pounds by Iceland's Hafthor Pearson. But we have with us a very special guest. I think some of you can see him. He's the
Very
man
special.
who holds the strongman record for the regular deadlift bar at 500 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage a special guest, Eddie Hall, better known as the Beast. So first of all, Eddie, I gotta say, you hold the mark. They're gonna be going for it in the elephant bar. But when you lifted 500 kilos back in 2016, it looked like it nearly killed you. What was it like moving that amount of weight?
Pulling 500 kilo is something that honestly, one of the world's strongest man,
I have done hundreds of feats of strength, but pulling 500 kilo off the floor was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And as you saw, you know, I basically passed out, got backstage, I lost my sight, I lost my memory. You know, it was a very, very dangerous time. So I can appreciate what it takes to pull this kind of weight off the floor. So if anyone does it today, I will bow down. I was so well done, 100%.
Listen, with a name like The Beast, you would think you would be in one of the WWE rings. You ever thought about making the transition?
I have. I've currently got a couple of TV shows going on. WWE is something I'm considering. I'm just so busy at the minute. It would take a year for me to train to be a wrestler, and I haven't got a year.
Well, you know, you got a lot of fanfare over the last few years, documentaries and different lifts that you've done. What do you think, in your opinion, is the true indicator of strength? Do you think that the deadlift is that lift?
In my opinion, the strongest man on the planet, of course the world's strongest man, he will be classed as the world's strongest man. But in my opinion, the man that can stand up with the most weight from the floor to his hips is the strongest man on the planet. End of story. Well, I love that. Now, Eddie, we want to make clear, you have a record on a traditional deadlift bar. This is the elephant bar. It's a little different. Can you explain the differences and what that translates to in a lift? Sure. So the elephant bar is, in essence, the weight leaves the floor a little later, so people would think, I mean, you'd think it'd be an easy lift, and I've done this lift, but I think it's one of these lifts you have to train for it for months and months and months to be good at it. And I mean, I pulled this on this bar a couple of years ago, and I found it, like, it just pulled me forward. I found it harder than a normal bar, but I feel as though if I'd have got a few months training, I think it would have been very similar. But end of the day, it's a deadlift. It's a hell of a bar. It shakes. It pulls you forward. It's going to be really exciting to see what somebody does on this today.
Well, I know if someone can match your mark on this elephant bar, what you did on the traditional bar, they're going to get $50,000. But we were talking about this. This is the first event. There are 5 events. Now, tell us what happened in 2016 when you pulled that record. How did you do in the rest of the competition?
So when I pulled the 500 kilo as part of the Europe's strongest man, I had to drop out the competition because it's such a huge feat of strength. It completely destroys your central nervous system. Obviously, it's a huge tax on your back. If anyone were to pull 500 kilo today, I would expect them to drop out the competition. If they carry on, then they're a bigger man than I am, that's for sure.
So Eddie, do you think that if you were to make an attempt that was under the world record, would you take an extra attempt, even if you had it in the bag, because knowing that you have to compete in 3 other events?
Oh, it's a really tough one. I mean, to gauge this, in my opinion, you want to be doing this in as least lifts as possible. So I would want to be hitting, I mean, when I did 500, I did 4 lifts. I did 380, 420, 465, and then went for the 500. And I think the 4 lift is the minimum, in my opinion, because you have to gradually warm your body up. You couldn't go from 420 straight to 500. Your body's not ready for it. You're going to end up snapping your back, ripping a hamstring off. So I think a 4 lift is sensible.
So here's the thing, and Mark, you've made this point, and Eddie, I want you to tell every single person who's in here, when you were doing that lift, how important was it to hear the support of the crowd?
Honestly, the crowd made that lift. If it wasn't for the crowd chanting my name and getting the support and wishing me to pull that 500 kilo, it wouldn't have happened. So I empower everyone in this audience right now to show you support for these guys. Big rolls, big claps. Show you support. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
With that being said, I think they're getting ready to lift behind us. We might need to get out of the way.
So why don't we say thank you to the Beast, Eddie Hall! Give it up for that man, and you heard him. Every athlete who's going to be out here is going to be depending on every one of you. They get 3 lifts. They've all submitted their first weight climb. They don't know what the other athletes are going to do. When they come out here, I want you guys to support them. This is interactive. You can determine how these athletes do.
So are you ready to see some strong men lifting? I want to hear this side. Are you ready to see some lifting? What about in the middle?
Matt Iceman, Mark Henry, and Eddie Hall getting the crowd fired up, and this is your order for event number 1, the first of 5 events, the Rogue Elephant Bar Deadlift. And we will start things off with Matchaj Belshock, who will open with a lift of 796 pounds, and then every athlete after him will be lifting more weight. Again, we go from the lightest lift to the heaviest lift. Weight will never come off the bar.
Yes, this is going to be a chess match because all the time they know that they've just got so many attempts that they can pull on the bar. They get 3 attempts. Every attempt matters.
Belshock will open at 796, as will Matchaj Kaliszkowski. And Kaliszkowski is a man who really needs to improve his deadlift. That's what held him back last year. If he can have a decent performance here, he is also a threat to possibly win this whole thing.
Yes, he is, and the deadlift is something that takes time to develop because it takes not only just the ability to get stronger, you have to find that balance inside the bar to be able to get your leverage points. That takes time.
Matchaj Belshock will lead things off first. He has yet to take the stage. That's Magnus Magnuson, head judge, taking his traditional place in front of the athlete who will be lifting.
Yes, Magnus is 4-time world's strongest man and has done many strength athlete events such as Highland Games as well.
Here's how the events will be scored. There are 10 athletes, so you get 10 points for first, 9 for second. You work your way all the way down to 10. Receives 1 point. The athlete who has the most points after 2 days and 5 events will be the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic champion. We are set to get things started as the man from Slovenia, Matchaj Belshock, gets set for his first lift, 796 pounds on that Rogue Elephant bar.
Yes, I don't know if he's had a chance to train on a bar that's this flexible. As we said, you've got to pull the bar, be patient from the bottom, pushing your feet down and really getting to where you get to your knees, and then you can pull back on the bar some. But it also wants to pull you forward. That flex actually works to pull you forward. Using the straps. The strap is a very different lift in some ways than the unstrapped deadlift. You're going to see the athlete get his hips down.
Belshock has a minute to make his attempt. 796 pounds, and that will be no problem. And Belshock's first attempt is good.
Plenty of time. He just wants to get an event in, make sure that he's had a chance to feel the bar. Coming off the bottom, you see how the bar does flex. The end of those plates come off last, and that's what gives that flex, and that pulls you forward. He has been dealing with somewhat of a hip issue as well as we saw in Santa Monica. It looks like it's better. I didn't see any favoring of one side or the other.
Up next, Matchaj Kaliszkowski from Poland. Another man who looks to be the future of strongman, trying to improve on his 4th place finish from last year's Arnold Strongman Classic. He is also opening at 796 pounds.
Applying the straps. There are different types of straps. There's shorter ones, longer ones, but most of the athletes kind of stick with the longer straps. Notice how he just wraps one time so he can get his hands on.
796 for Matchaj Kaliszkowski.
You don't see very many guys use the sumo style. Let him hear it, 800 pounds!
796 looks great for Kaliszkowski as his first lift is successful.
He's got to be relieved that went very smoothly.
Next up, it's the rookie,
He handled the flex very well and pulled past his knees. You notice he's wearing knee bands. Sometimes that can hold you up a little bit as the bar clears your knees. That knurling can actually catch you. But he did a very good job, and you can see he looks much more confident with the deadlift.
That is Alexei Novikov, the man who won the 2018 Arnold Strongman Amateur competition out of the Ukraine, going for 820 pounds.
You can only imagine what's going through his head. Young athlete with his chance on this stage. with these other athletes. I'm sure that some of these athletes that he sees, like JF that he's talking to there, or Brian Shaw, he's been a fan of, and now he's competing against them.
Novikov was here last year, but he was not on this main stage, and we'll have to see how he handles the crowd here. Now he's talking to one of the officials.
Yes, that's Dion Wessels. Notice how many of the athletes are coming out in sock feet or very, very low shoes. What that does is it decreases the length of how far you have to pull the bar. If you have a higher shoe on, like a running shoe, that's another inch you have to pull. And with these kind of weights.
802 for Alexei Novikov, as he was just confirming his weight with the judge. The athletes had to declare their weight last night. They did have one chance to change it after warm-ups today.
Yes, looks like he's making a fashion statement as he's getting his straps ready there.
802 for Alexei Novikov. Pardon me, 820. 820 is good for the youngster.
Yes,
and we have gone 3 for 3 so far.
Yes, Novikov looks a little relieved that he got that weight up. Pulling a little bit of shake in that. That means his hamstrings were really struggling to get the bar up as opposed to your chain of muscles. He also has a very narrow foot stance. And that narrow foot stance means that he's going to have to pull that bar further. That works many times for deadlifts that you see in powerlifting competitions, but in the last several years there have been many of the strongman athletes are now having a wider foot stance, and the straps allow the strongman to sit back more. You see, he started to roll the bar. The bar with this much flex, that really doesn't help you that much. With a stiffer bar, like in powerlifting, or a shorter bar, rolling the bar back actually keeps the hips active. It actually makes it sort of a dynamic lift a little bit more off the bottom. And I can tell if you time it correctly, it makes the weight feel a little bit lighter coming off the first 6 inches of the floor.
That is Jean-Francois Caron out of Canada. He's the 2018 Arnold Classic Africa champion. That's how he qualified this year. And he is stepping up to 904 pounds, so making a big jump from Alexei Novikov's 820.
He's in the 1,000-pound club. Also wearing socks.
And Caron drops 904, maybe grabs his right hamstring there. And gingerly walking back to the bench. So JF Caron talking to Brian Shaw, and it looks like Caron grabbed for his right hamstring after this attempt.
Drops his hip, starts to pull, and immediately stopped as soon as the weight cleared the floor. So the end of those plates, as soon as those came off, it looked like it was going to start very well. Something's happened to his hamstring.
We will have to see if that's something that will affect him the rest of the way, but JF Caron right now looking at a 10th place finish in this event. It's too far away.
Unfortunately, if he doesn't, if he's not able to come out, he will get last place points for this. The other piece of this is he does actually declare another weight. It's got to be pretty close to that one because you just want to get an attempt in. We call it bombing out if you don't get a valid attempt in.
And he cannot go lighter because again, weight cannot come off the bar. He has to attempt more than his last lift.
Yes, that's a very traditional way to perform any strength competition. Once you put weight on, you can't take it off.
That is Rano Heinla out of Estonia, the 2018 Arnold Classic Australia champion. Making his second appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio. Was 8th in 2018, and he will be up next.
Very good deadlifter. I really like his style. As he's setting up, getting the straps on. What you're going to see is he sets his hips very firmly, takes the slack out of the bar, and pushes his feet down into the floor very hard, and gets a very smooth start.
First attempt to Rano Heinla. And that will count. We'll get the weight on the bar for you, but the most important thing for Heinla is that his first attempt is good.
You don't see a lot of guys wearing mouthpiece. He's one of
Pushes very quickly, very dynamic lift. He actually used to flex the bar a little bit differently. And then he actually pushes his feet down, as we talked about, gets the bar to his knees pretty quickly. It didn't look like it pulled him forward. I'll bet he's been practicing with a bar with some flex in it.
Heinle makes his way off.
I was very impressed by his deadlifting at the Arnold Strongman Classic.
We'll take a second to do some bar maintenance, a little bit of blood on the bar, and as you mentioned, Bill, that knurling that you see, that rough spot, opposite of that smooth middle, do a good job of scraping up your legs.
Yes, it does. So deadlift bars are known for that. Any bar with flex in it. And what happens is that bar comes off the floor and goes right into your shin. You notice that he actually had the bar an inch or so above, in front of his shin when he started. So when he pulled back, it hits you right in the shin as you're coming up at the bar. That's why really one of the things you want to focus on is being patient at the bottom of this lift with this kind of bar, and trying to get just a little bit more time to push from the bottom.
Here's where we stand so far. We are through 5 athletes, and Ronald Heinle has the heaviest lift at 903, but we are just in the first round. We still have 5 more athletes to lift.
That's not surprising. Rauno is a very good deadlifter, as we talked about. He placed 3rd in the Deadlift World Championships in 2016.
Here's Martins Licis with his first attempt. He won the Arnold Classic Europe competition, also won the Arnold Classic USA competition that was held a couple months ago in Santa Monica, right there on the pier. 420 kilos for Licis. And that is no problem.
Yes, he was very patient. Saw head judge Magnus for Magnuson give the down signal. Sitting way back to pull the bar back. And that's exactly what the straps allow you to do. In a little bit wider foot stance, you can really focus on pulling back. What that does is it allows you to have your shins more upright. It allows you to then use your levers to pull back on the bar. One of the major mistakes that people make when they deadlift, if they can't find that spot, they end up getting their shoulders in front of the bar or their knees in front of the bar. And when that happens, it's very difficult to pull back. It's not like a clean where you would need your shoulders in front of the bar, and then you can, or a snatch where you need your shoulders in front of the bar to allow your posterior chain levers to get the bar accelerated. With a deadlift, you want to sit back. Again, this isn't just power, this is strength.
The Siberian Force, Mikhail Shivlikov, is up next. 950 pounds for his first attempt. 431 kilos.
This is quite a start for him. But we've seen in the past, he has a heart of a lion. The winner of the Zhukov medal.
See the effort out of Shivlikov.
No problem for Shivlikov. 950 in the books for him in his opening lift. One more look at that one.
So notice how he dips his hips, and that gives him some dynamic, gives him a little bit of dynamic force. Instead of pulling on, allowing the bar to roll back onto him, with this much flex, you really can't do that. So he puts some dynamic opening movement on it by flexing his hips down. Hafthor does the same thing. I can tell you personally, when you do that, when you sit down on the bar, you can feel your posterior chain, particularly your hamstrings, tighten up just a little bit, and it gives you a little bit of spring. Now we're in opening attempts. So what happens, these guys are very calmly coming out, trying to make sure that they can have a good attempt and then move forward. We'll talk a little bit more about what happens when there's more weight on the bar and what the crowd does for you and what an athlete's mental aspect does for you.
That is Brian Shaw. He has finished first or second here at the Arnold Strongman Classic 7 of the last 8 years. He was second last year to Hafthor Bjornsson. And his opening lift will also be 950 pounds, and this is a man we expect to see in the top 3 and maybe making a run at that 500-kilo record. Hafthor Bjornsson still awaiting his turn. Shaw getting himself psyched up for his first attempt. 950 pounds on the bar for the crowd favorite here in Columbus.
Brian with that very wide foot placement. He tells me he likes to wear somewhat of a shoe, see a very flat shoe, as the other athletes like to wear socks. But he said for him, he likes to really be able to push out on his feet.
$950 for Brian Shaw.
Rattling that bar. Let him hear it, crowd. Give him some support.
And that goes up easily.
Very easily done. So he uses he's applying 2 of those principles. He's actually rolling the bar back. Watch how he rolls the bar back, flexes hips down, and stands up very, very easily. That was a very commanding lift. He's been practicing on a longer bar. As I said, he always comes prepared.
Brian Shaw with 950 pounds, impressive lift for his first attempt, and now your defending champion, Hafthor Bjornsson, and the record holder in this event at 1,041 pounds. His opening attempt, 5 more pounds than Brian Shaw. He's going to go for 955.
So that's Stefan Solvi Peterson, his coach. Stefan Solvi is a world-class strongman in his own right. Placed as high as 4th at the TWI World's Strongest Man. Hafthor setting up. He's had terrific training. Might have been following that on the internet. He also has those very wide foot stances, just like Brian Shaw does.
2 of the taller athletes with similar setups. Hafthor Bjornsson, attempt number 1, 955 pounds. Gravity is not a problem for that man with 955 pounds, and that goes up just like Brian Shaw's opening lift. So now the battle has started between Shaw and Bjornsson. One more look at Bjornsson's opening lift.
They both do the same thing. They roll the bar back. They've commanded that flex. They're practicing a flex with that bar with a long flexion. The other thing too is they do that little hip dip, and that activates the posterior chain. That looked like a formality. That was really a warm-up on stage just to get the feel.
Hafthor Bjornsson, another man we expect to see in that Rogue Record Breakers event immediately following this event. The first of 5 events that these men will be competing in over the next 2 days. More weight being added for Jerry Pritchett, who will go after 974 pounds.
Okay, so we're starting to see some of the gamesmanship play itself out. So why 974? So Jerry's really playing inside of having the best placement possible. And it looks like he's going to take a big leap at the end to strike. He wants to get in that top 3 to strike at that 500 kilos, as he is a great deadlifter. We saw him pull 950 at Santa Monica, and it looked easier than his 700-pound pull. I think you might agree with that, Sean.
He looked great in Santa Monica. We had Brian Shaw in the booth while he was lifting. And if you watch Jerry Pritchett, what makes him, I think, so good is that the fact that he looks the same. Regardless of the weight on the bar, he has the same form all the time. This is his opening attempt at 974 pounds.
You guys can help him get this weight up.
Putting his straps on, he too uses a wide foot placement. He pulls a little bit like Andy Bolton. If I would encourage you to look at the Andy Bolton style, where he uses his lever of his hips and his back.
Pritchett right to work, and 974 goes up. Jerry Pritchett is looking to be the 3rd man to possibly get himself into that Rogue Record Breaker segment. You look at this lift, there's a good chance that'll happen.
Yes, a little bit of a hip dip, doesn't roll the bar back, but notice how he kind of looks down as he starts his pull. And what that allows him to do is just pull back, back, back. And he uses really levers, not necessarily that dynamic hip flexion.
Round one is done. We had 10 athletes go. 9 of them had successful lifts, and Jerry Pritchett had the heaviest lift at 974 pounds, followed by Hafthor Bjornsson, Brian Shaw, and Mikhail Shivlikov. He and Martins Visis both lifting 926. Now the athletes will enter their second weights, and again we will go from lightest up to heaviest, and there's a good bet that Jerry Pritchett will be one of the men who is in that heaviest category. More maintenance being done on the bar before we start round 2.
So Sean, just to put this in perspective, the world record for strongman deadlift with the straps in 2011 was set by Zydrunas Savickas around 970. And here comes Jerry Pritchett in an opening attempt and made it look routine. And that would have been the world record just a few years ago in strongman. Jerry actually pulled a world's record in powerlifting a couple of years ago, and it was on his second attempt because he had to rush off and catch a plane because the meet was running late. He didn't even get his third attempt, and he pulled a deadlift world record in powerlifting, which means no strap, a cross-hand pull.
It's Mikhail Shivlikov, who successfully lifted 950 pounds. He was one of 10 men to go in the first round. J.F. Perrone was the only man who didn't have a successful lift. Entered himself on this attempt at 904 pounds, and he will be out for the rest of the deadlift event, but we do not know whether or not he will stay in the competition.
A hamstring injury, a hip injury, that's sort of like having a knee injury for a running back or a shoulder injury for a baseball pitcher. That's really hard to overcome because that hip flexion is dependent on those hamstrings.
And as Jerry Pritchett, the man who is right now, after round 1, your leader at 974 pounds, he beat Hafthor Bjornsson and Brian Shaw.
Everybody's been talking
pounds, and then also by 24 pounds.
Yes, everyone's been talking about Hafthor and Ryan's preparation for the deadlift, but really, I don't want to be too emphatic about this. Jerry is right in that round.
Jerry Pritchett didn't have the best overall result last year, but he is a great deadlifter. These are your top 2 men from last year. Hafthor Bjornsson on the left and Brian Shaw on the right. Pritchett finished 6th in 2018, but we're starting off with an event that is definitely his strength.
Yes. Now they're starting to get a little more serious. You can see their faces are a little more concentrated. A little more concentration in their face. So when you're pulling a heavy deadlift, when you get to the higher weights, there's the way that the deadlift looks and the way that the deadlift feels.
This is Pritchett's opening lift at 974 pounds.
And that looked easy, and it probably felt pretty good for him too. So if you could get your first lift, then that creates a lot of confidence for the athlete. Can affect your subsequent attempts.
This is another look at his first lift at 974 pounds. I don't think people understand how difficult that is, and Jerry Pritchett makes that look easy.
Yes, notice he uses his hips, but he uses them in a different way. He really uses his hips to keep his low back in that position, and he gets the bar up to his knees, and then his back's in a great position just to pull back, his lower back. He keeps a very flat back position, even if he looks down at the initial part of the lift. That's not negotiable. You have to keep that lower back and mid back flat. Some of the more experienced deadlifters will also sort of let their upper shoulders or upper back slump forward a bit, and that's something that requires a lot of practice and a lot of upper back strength. When we get into these heavier weights, we found in the 1980s that there was actually
it is a packed crowd here at the Greater Columbus Convention Center. This was first come, first served for a lot of the seating, and these people were showing up early in the morning to be able to watch these 10 strongest men in the world vie for the title of Arnold Strongman Classic champion. This is round 2. Matthews Kaluszkowski opening up with 829 pounds. Great lift for Kaluszkowski.
He seems to be limping just a bit.
One more look. See if we can see where he might run into trouble.
He really had to double hitch that just a little bit. That might have been what got him. So notice how his feet are also closer together. He's also got a more narrow hand stance on the bar as well. I think with his height, he would be better served by having a wider foot stance that would cut down the distance. Also would help him use his levers a little bit better. A man of that height has terrific levers.
Mateusz Kaluszkowski's weakness is the deadlift. If he wants to stay alive for one of the top 3 spots, he's got to have a good performance in this event. Top 3 spots overall, that is. Alexei Novikov will be up next. He is the rookie. 840 pounds for Novikov.
It takes some time to develop your man muscles. So these younger athletes are learning that lesson firsthand.
Novikov certainly has the most colorful sock choice of any of the athletes. It helped him with his first attempt at 820, and now 20-pound leap to 840 pounds, his second of 3 lifts.
Well met. Farewell.
23 years of age, Novikov. From Ukraine, awesome socks, big lift.
Novikov will get the lift. So 2 for 2 for the youngster from Ukraine.
Also with a very narrow foot stance. And if you'll notice, narrow foot stance, little hip flexion. Look where his thumb is. His thumb is actually, both of his thumbs are in front of the bar. So he's using the strap completely to hold that bar.
2 for 2 for Alexei Novikov. 840 pounds good on his second attempt. Matyas Belshak will be up next. He hit 796 on his opening attempt, and now he is making the jump to 860 pounds as the bar is loaded.
You do have to admire this apparatus. I mean, this implement, these plates are just beautiful. This is unbelievable. Look at those plates. They've got the wide well dish, just like the old York plates did that were manufactured back in the 40s and 50s when they didn't have bumper plates, so that it made a little less shock on the plates. But each and every one is handcrafted with the Austrian oak himself right inside the plate. Those are beautiful. Absolutely.
I have just the thing.
That's Martins Lisis, who hit 950 pounds on his first attempt. Here's Matyas Belshak out of Slovenia. 860 pounds.
Matyas told me he was born strong.
Grew up in a family of cooking enthusiasts. His parents own a restaurant in Slovenia where he sometimes works as an apprentice chef. And probably hauls a lot of big objects around that restaurant. That's 860 that goes up easily.
I have just the thing for you.
A little bit of hip flex. Very smoothly done. So any kind of hip issue he had previously, it looks like that's been solved. I think he's going to take a big leap because he had 2 very good attempts. He solved a little bit of the problem with the flex in the bar. He's probably going to take a pretty big jump, meaning he's going to look at going up to probably close to 900 pounds.
Rano Heinle from Estonia will be up next, 950 pounds. He was 8th overall last year at the 2018 Arnold Strongman Classic. 6-time Estonia's strongest man.
Be careful.
Yes, Estonia, the home of George Hackenschmidt. beautiful documentary that was done by Rogue. I'd encourage everyone to look at that. Again, it's pretty amazing that men from countries that have traditions in strength find themselves on the high altar of strength, which is the Arnold Strongman Classic stage. Just as J.F. Caron, he himself also is from Quebec, just like Louis Cyr. So this tradition lives amongst these strongmen that come from countries that have traditional strongmen. Some of the athletes choose the thinner straps, some like the thicker straps.
Saw Rano's right forearm. That is a tattoo that reads, "You want it, then fight for it." Six years ago, he tore his right Achilles tendon. The doctors told him he would just have to recover from it. He had some surgeries. 6 to be exact. Says it's still an injury he feels from time to time, but here he is, competing in the 2019 Arnold Strongman Classic and trying to deadlift 950 pounds for his second of 3 attempts.
I love the way he solidly locks his hips in before he starts.
951. Put him in a tie for third.
What do you
Rano Heinle hits 950 pounds.
He's very happy. I don't know if that's a personal best for him, but he's very happy with that so far. That sets him up to get a bigger lift.
Be safe. Speak, friend.
So he's setting his hands. He's used a fairly narrow hand and hip placement, foot placement. He gets his feet together. I just love the way, again, how he locks his hips into this lift and really does that lifting style of pushing his feet down and looking down when he starts the lift. Excellent lift. So he's looking down till he gets the bar to his knees, and then he just looks up. And that's a style that many powerlifters use.
Rano Heinle, 950 pounds. We are through 4 athletes here in the second of 2 rounds.
So commanding that flex allows him to pull more weight, because I believe he got just only 900 pounds, but at the Santa Monica show without this longer bar. Cleaning off the bar again, making sure everyone's safe, getting a little bit of blood. And these guys have seen each other's blood before. They compete all the time. They train together. They're together all the time in these competitions.
Here are your top 5 as we are through 4 athletes in the second round. Jerry Pritchett still your leader at 974 pounds. Rano Heinle moves himself into 4th place with that lift of 950. And here's Martins Licis, his second attempt, 970 pounds, 4 pounds less than Pritchett lifted in round 1.
Put him ahead of Shaw and Thor.
And 970 is good for the Dragon.
That is a personal best for him. Every point counts, and he's moving himself up.
There are 4 more events after this, so you're indeed correct. Every point counts, and Martins Licis trying to get as many as he can and does himself a favor with this one.
A lot of hip flexion. Notice how he bounces that bar heavily into his shins, but he's got those knee wraps that